Same thing. It just allows you to do it on an app, either Android or iPhone, and we use that a lot at my company. A couple other terms that you need to know are CFC, HCFC, HFC, HFO, and HC. So you need to know what those mean. And again, we're going to move a lot of words around, but one of the first things that you have to identify is this molecule called chlorine. Chlorine, we know it in our swimming pools, but it's especially harmful when it makes its way into the stratospheric ozone. Now, quick disclaimer, whenever I talk about these things, people will want to argue with me about politics and about the ozone layer and all this stuff. I'm just telling you what the EPA has in its literature in order to get you to prepare for this exam. We're not arguing politics here, so please don't give me those comments. I'm just here to help you prepare for the EPA exam. So chlorine, when it makes it into the stratospheric ozone, can break down ozone or O3 molecules, which then exposes the Earth to more ultraviolet radiation. So ultraviolet radiation is caused by chlorine making it into the stratospheric ozone and breaking down O3 molecules. We've been discussing this problem all the way since the 80s, and what we found out is that refrigerants have something called an ODP, or ozone depletion potential. So you're going to see that a lot. ODP means ozone depletion potential, and refrigerants that carry chlorine have an ODP, or ozone depletion potential. For refrigerants that do not have chlorine, they do not have an ozone depletion potential, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a GWP, or a global warming potential, which is due to greenhouse gas. So those are different things. But when we talk about CFCs and HCFCs, those both have chlorine, because CFC stands for chlorine, fluorine, and carbon. Chlorine, fluorine, and carbon. HCFC stands for hydrogen, chlorine, fluorine, carbon. CFCs, common ones back in the day, were R12, used to be used in cars and a lot of different systems, and R11 used to be used in chillers. Those were both CFCs, and those were completely banned a long time ago. There was a phase out, if you remember, when cars went from R12 to 134A. That was many years ago. Nowadays, what we saw most recently was a transition away from HCFCs, hydrogen, fluorine, chlorine, carbon, to HFCs, hydrogen, fluorine, carbon. So if you think of it this way, getting rid of the chlorine gets rid of the ozone depletion potential. That's when the chlorine molecules make it up to the stratospheric ozone, break down the ozone layer by breaking down the O3 and exposing the Earth to additional ultraviolet rays. These are the sorts of questions that will come up on the test. Nowadays, two of the other types of refrigerants that we're talking about a lot are HFOs, or hydrofluorine olefins. I think I said that right, hydrofluorine olefins, and then HCs, which are hydrocarbons. And so HFOs are the newer ones that you see in cars, like 1234YF would be a common one that we see now in cars. And then hydrocarbons are flammable refrigerants, and many of them are natural. So propane would be a hydrocarbon, or isobutane would be a hydrocarbon. Advantages of hydrocarbons is that they have a zero ozone depletion potential because they don't contain chlorine, and they have a very low global warming potential, but they are flammable. So that is a challenge that they face. So you will want to know some of the common refrigerants. So we'll talk about this a little bit more in the next episode of this. You'll want to know some of the common refrigerants that we've seen in our industry for a long time, R11 and R12 being some of the earliest, at least in this sort of second generation of refrigerants. We had a first generation a long time ago. A lot of them were poisonous and toxic. And so we went to the second generation in which R11 and R12 were popular, but those are ozone depleting because they contain chlorine. Those are CFCs. Then we went into sort of the R22 era. R22 was popular for a long time. It's the refrigerant a lot of people called Freon. When people would say, do you put Freon in your home air conditioner? That was R22, or even R12 they would call Freon. That was an HCFC, so it had hydrogen, fluorine, chlorine, carbon. Still had chlorine, but it wasn't as ozone depleting. That was an HCFC, and now
everything sings to me. I've got to sing it all back.
Welcome to Summoner's
What does
Rift.
it sound like outside my head?
"30 seconds until minions spawn.
songs start with a rhyme, some with a rhythm. Mine starts with the crowd.
Minions have spawned.
Joy's too quiet without sorrow on the downbeat. Hey! Wanna hear your song? Folks only love a reflection when it isn't there. Come for the show, stay for the message. Oh yeah! I have the best game in the spirit Looking for a song is everything I need. Shine bright! Couldn't lose a rhythm if I tried. Everyone's got their own views. Everyone. Yeah! Banish the shadows! Stage fright? Never heard of it. one of us.
An enemy has been slain.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing. Feel that reverb. Hear the world in my voice.
An enemy has been slain.
Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen. And down. Music helps you keep
An
your head.
ally has been slain.
We get as close to death as we can to feel alive.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Zon and
An
Piltover
ally has been
together
slain.
in a dazzling duet.
Has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Follow my voice. Sit down and listen up. Maybe the world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting. It's harder to stumble on this thing.
Cheers. Much appreciated.
Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos. don't always listen, but that's no reason to keep quiet.
Enemy killing spree.
Shine bright! Don't mistake me for my lyrics. Easier to hear someone else. Your turn to die.
Enemy rampage.
What would I sound like outside my head? Feel that reaver. Let's be quiet without sorrow. Banish the shadows.
An enemy is
Next time,
unstoppable.
I want to see all of you on stage. Folks only love a reflection when it isn't theirs.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Sing along. How about a follow response? Come for the show, stay for the match.
Enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Listen up.
An enemy is dominating.
This one's for you. Banish the shadows. Lose the rhythm? Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everything. Shine bright! By the light!
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Banish the shadows.
Your turret has been destroyed.
never heard of it. Shine bright!
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Hope I don't get lost in all the music. Gotta keep moving with the music. Can't wait to find out. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little raw.
An ally has been slain.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing. Hear the world in my voice. Your No, we can fix it down and listen. Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
Spree. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Making it up as I go. Ba ba da beep ba. You can't keep your song inside.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Better than a good song.
Vengeance draws near. Come closer.
Stage is yours.
Rampage.
I expect an encore. Follow my voice.
Unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed.
Shine bright. Banish the shadows. not to stumble on this stage. Shadows up! Spotlight's yours! Banish the shadows! Feel that reverb! Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Unstoppable.
Banish the shadows!
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Could have been worse. Could have, forgotten the words.
Killing spree.
Don't mistake me for my lyrics. I have the best game in the spirit game. Sometimes music hurts.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Rampage.
That was proud. Maybe it's time to change my tune. Easier to hear someone
He has been slain.
as expected.
Your turret has been destroyed. Legendary. An enemy has been slain.
Sarah, no big deal. Pretend it's a rehearsal.
Killing spree. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wonder what I sound like outside my head. always too quiet without sorrow on the down. Folks only love a reflection when it isn't theirs. Come for the show, stay for the message. Looking for a song in everything. I am the best
Legendary. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Kick her out of that one. Couldn't lose the rhythm if I tried. Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everyone. Stage fright? Never heard of it.
Enemy rampage. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Think they want to hear more? Of course they do. Moods are like melons. They go up, they go down, and sometimes they surprise. Gotta keep moving with the music. Can't wait to find out. One day, the music will stop. Better dance while you can. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little rough. Even in my dreams, I hear them sing. Dance the shadows.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Hear the world in my voice. Listen up.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Music helps you keep your head up. Making it up as I go. Ba ba da beep ba. You can't keep your song inside. Nothing better than a good song.
Enemy quadra kill. Dominating. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Yes.
world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting. It's harder to stumble on this
Unstoppable.
Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
People don't always listen, but that's no reason to keep quiet. Banish the shadows!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
An ally has been slain.
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned. The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
No more holding back! Banish the shadows! Choice to quietly follow. Banish the shadows!
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Listen up! Right where I want you. This one's you. What's happening to you?
Shut down. Aced.
Couldn't lose the rhythm if I tried. Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everything.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Sage fright?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
That's the end of this performance. Encore's coming up. Whew. Hope I don't get lost in all this music. little rock. Mind the trap.
Dominating. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemies double kill. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has respawned. Your inhibitor has respawned. An enemy has been slain.
Could have been worse. Could have, forgotten the words. Love the cat's body. Listen.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. An enemy has been slain. The enemy's inhibitor has respawned. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Now, commonly today, people called Freon. When people would say, do you put Freon in your home air conditioner, would be a common one that we see now in cars. And then hydrocarbons are flammable refrigerants, and many of them are natural. So propane would be a hydrocarbon, or isobutane would be a hydrocarbon. Advantages of hydrocarbons is that they have a zero ozone depletion potential because they don't contain chlorine, and they have a very low global warming potential, but they are flammable. So that is a challenge that they face. So you will want to know some of the common refrigerants. So we'll talk about this a little bit more in the next episode of this. You'll want to know some of the common refrigerants that we've seen in our industry for a long time, R11 and R12 being some of the earliest, at least in this sort of second generation of refrigerants. We had a first generation a long time ago. A lot of them were poisonous and toxic. And so we went to the second generation in which R11 and R12 were were popular, but those are ozone depleting because they contain chlorine. Those are CFCs. Then we went into sort of the R22 era. R22 was popular for a long time. It's the refrigerant a lot of people called Freon. When people would say, do you put Freon in your home air conditioner? That was R22, or even R12 they would call Freon. That was an HCFC, so it had hydrogen, fluorine, chlorine, carbon. Still had chlorine, but it wasn't as ozone depleting. That was an HCFC. And now commonly today you will see HFCs. Those would be things like R410A, R134A. Those are HFCs. Those are also beginning to be phased out because many of them have high global warming potential numbers. And nowadays we have things like 1234YF in cars, which is an HFO, and then more naturals such as hydrocarbons that we see like propane and isobutane, and then naturals like CO2 even being used as a refrigerant. So more and more different types of refrigerants coming out because of concerns with the environment. A couple other terms that I want you to know. 3 terms that are commonly used throughout the 608 exam are recover, recycle, and reclaim. So what we do in the field when we take some refrigerant, we put it in a tank, typical sort of technician stuff, we are recovering refrigerant. We're removing refrigerant from the system. We are not allowed to vent that refrigerant. That's very basic EPA 608 stuff. For all of the regulated refrigerants, which would be your HFCs, your CFCs, your HCFCs, your HFOs, you are not allowed to vent those refrigerants. The only ones that you are allowed to vent generally are going to be naturals like CO2, like propane. Those are the only ones that you can release into the atmosphere. So we have to capture those in the field. And that is what we call recovery. So when you take refrigerant out of the system and you put it into a tank, that is called recovery. If we use a machine to do that, we call that active recovery because you're using the compressor from a separate machine. Those recovery machines now have to be EPA certified, and we'll go over some of the additional rules in some of the next segments of this series. But modern day, all the equipment you're going to see nowadays, those recovery machines are there to pull refrigerant out of the system and to put it in a tank. When you fill a tank, you are not to fill a tank with more than 80% liquid. So that's just an overall rule. We'll go in some future episodes about how to know exactly when you reach 80%, but you need to make sure that you do not fill them more than 80%, and that will off on the core part of the exam. So watch out for that. The next thing that will sometimes be referenced is recycling. Now, recycling you will sometimes see in the automotive industry, and that is where when they pull it out, they actually clean it by running it usually several passes through a line filter dryer, and then they will return it. So recycling is the process of intentionally cleaning the refrigerant in the field or helping to remove some of the contaminants. In the regular HVAC industry, we don't do that very often, but that's what recycling is. And then reclaiming refrigerant is when it is sent back and it is processed fully at a facility and made pure enough that it can be brought back and resold into the field. When you recover refrigerant in the field, so let's say I as a technician take some refrigerant, put it in a tank, I can't now take that refrigerant and sell it to somebody else. In fact, I can't even give it to anybody else who is not the same owner in the same facility. So I could take it within a facility, say it was an apartment complex and it was the same owner, I could potentially use that refrigerant within that owner's same facility, but I couldn't take it and sell it to somebody else, even at a discount or even for free, because that comes up quite a bit. That's not legal, but you can send it back to a facility to be purified in the reclaiming process, and then it can be returned. Now, a lot of times people will use those 3 terms, recover, recycle, and reclaim, as if they're the same, and they are not, and that's important to know when you're taking your 608 exam. The final thing I want to talk about is flammability and the toxicity of refrigerants. This is a pretty easy one to understand. Refrigerants that where the letter starts with an A is a refrigerant that is non-toxic. If it starts with a B, then it is toxic. The vast majority of refrigerants that we work on are non-toxic. Ammonia would be an example of a refrigerant that's used in process refrigeration or in ice rinks.
Demacia must lead by example.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Shine with me.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Keep believing.
Minions have spawned.
The world has seen enough darkness. This is my choice. Lighting the way. Quicken. Shine bright. We can do this. The superior tactic is to never give up. The light of Demacia! I'll protect you. I want to see everything. Everywhere I go, the light follows. Receive your if you can smile, you can be the light. Pushing my limits. I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. One of us. Stay positive.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Into battle with hearts aglow. Ooh, I've never been here before. Keep believing. The world has seen enough darkness. Home is where the spark is. Burn the tree. Banish the shadows. Lighting the way. We can do this. Shine bright! The superior tactic is to never give up.
An ally has been slain.
Banish the shadows.
An enemy has been slain.
Burn this together. I want to see everything.
Ally has been slain.
The light follows.
ally has been slain.
We can do this!
An ally has been slain. Turret plating will fall soon.
The superior tactic is to never give up. I want to see everything. Everywhere I go, the love follows. If you can smile, you can do it. Pushing my limits. For justice and all things right.
Enemy has been slain.
I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Stay positive.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Let me give you a hug. Into battle with hearts aglow. Warm-up time. Ooh, I've never been here before. Banish the shadow.
Ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
Shine with me. Keep believing.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
I'll protect you. The world has seen enough darkness. away! Banish the shadows! Hope you like rainbows! Shine bright! We can do this!
Shut down. Double kill.
Banish the shadows! Superior tactic! I want to see everything! Everywhere I go, the light follows. Shine bright! Banish the shadows! If you can smile, you can be the light. Pushing my limits. I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Stay positive. Gotcha. Stay there. Shine bright. Together into battle with hearts aglow. Ooh, I've never been here before.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Keep believing.
Your turret has been destroyed.
The world has seen enough darkness. We can do this! Superior tactic is to never I'll protect you! If you hate magic, you're already blind.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
If you can smile, you can be the light. Pushing my limits. I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Stay positive. Into battle with hearts aglow! Banish the shadow!
Killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I've never been here before.
Shut down.
Shine with me!
Your turret has been destroyed.
Banish the shadow. We can do this.
Enemy has been slain.
The superior tactic is to never give
An
up.
ally has been slain.
Banish the shadows. I want to see everything. Everywhere I go, the light follows. If you can smile, you can be the light. Demacia! Pushing my limits. I don't have dark powers.
Enemy double kill. Has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has been defeated.
And that is a B refrigerant being a toxic refrigerant. Then we have A1, which is non-toxic, non-flammable, or B1, which would be toxic, non-flammable. So a 1 is non-flammable, 2 would be somewhat flammable, they're kind of in between, and then 3 would be very flammable. So propane, for example, would be a 3 refrigerant because it's very flammable. So again, we have very few B refrigerants that you're typically going to work on. You will see some R123, R717, R30 have some toxicity to them. But in the A category, you have A1s, which have no flame propagation, A2L, which has slightly more than A1, so it does have some flammability, but it's not as much as an A2, and then A3, which would have very high flammability, like R290, also known as propane. So if you think A1 being least flammable, A3 being most, so it goes A1, A2L, A2, A3. All right, so that's it. Start with understanding the basics of the refrigerant circuit, understand the difference between recovery, recycling, and reclaiming, understand some of the basic refrigerant terms, CFC, HCFC, HFC, HFO, and HC refrigerants, and then understand the number, letter, flammability, toxicity chart just a little bit. That's a good start. If you're studying for the exam, make sure that you're reading the booklets from, again, whoever, your instructor or whatever, but also you can find them by getting the booklet from ESCO or Mainstream. EPAtest.com is a really good source. You take some practice exams. That's another really good thing to do before you get ready to take the EPA exam. So we'll catch you on the next one. In the meantime, keep studying. Hey, thanks for watching. This is part 2 in our series about the EPA exam, the EPA 608 certification. If you didn't watch part 1, then definitely go back and watch part 1. If you're not studying some of the other resources from Mainstream Engineering, EPAtest.com, or the ESCO Institute, those are the resources to really prepare you for the exam. This is just a supplementary kind of quick review, maybe a nice little thing to cover right before you take the exam, or maybe your first introduction to it. Like we mentioned in number 1, you first have to know the basic refrigerant circuit. You should know the terms CFC, HCFC, HFC, HFO, and HC. But now we're going to talk a little bit more about some specific things that you need to know in order to do well on the exam, but also some things that are just really important general knowledge about our industry and the EPA. Right off the bat, I want to get to some dates, and dates are one of the more boring things to memorize, but you are going to want to memorize these dates to take your EPA 608 exam. So one date that comes up a lot when you're looking at the history of some of these EPA standards is the Montreal Protocol. So the Montreal Protocol was an international treaty designed to protect the ozone layer by phasing out the production of numerous substances responsible for ozone depletion. So we're talking about refrigerants that carry chlorine, but there's also bromine as another substance and a host of others, but those are some of the most common. And it was agreed upon the 16th of September, 1987. So that's when it was agreed on, and it went into force on January 1st, 1989. So all the way back at that point, it went into force. September 16th, 1987 is really the first date that we really took the stratospheric ozone protection seriously, and all these other dates sort of come after that. January 1st, 1992 was when it was made mandatory to use recovery equipment in order to pull refrigerant out of a car, out of motor vehicles. So that was January 1st, 1992. January 1st, 1992 is also when they called for the phase outs. This is initially when they called for the phase out of CFCs and HCFCs. Again, CFCs, most common ones are R12. That was the first refrigerant that they commonly referred to as Freon, which was a brand name by DuPont, and then also R11. HCFCs, most commonly R22, which a lot of people also called Freon. That was an HCFC, hydrogen, fluorine, chlorine, carbon. And again, it's that chlorine molecule that goes into the upper stratospheric ozone and breaks down the O3, and that's what we're concerned about in terms of ozone depletion potential, ODP. So again, that was July 1st, 1992. Since November 15th, 1993, that's when all new recovery equipment had to be equipped with low-loss fittings. Now, some people will say that low-loss fittings have to be used on gauges. That's actually an area that is a little confusing because most of the EPA literature that you read just talks in terms of recovery equipment. Low-loss fittings are just a good best practice on gauges anyways. I like ball valves. That's what I prefer on my gauges or probes. But definitely since November 15th, 1993, you've definitely needed to have low-loss fittings on your recovery equipment specifically. And also recovery equipment after that November 15th, 1993 must be certified by the EPA.
Who is it that will protect you from my ire? I've been hiding my light long enough.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
do this!
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Into battle with hearts aglow! Do you ever charge into battle screaming, Noxus? Aw, too bad.
Minions have spawned.
The thing about light is, it never really
An
dies.
enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Executed.
The superior tactic is to never give up. You know, you couldn't have shadows without light. Huh. Huh. This is my choice. Pushing my limits. Stay positive. Shine bright! The light of Demacia! Receive your banish the shadows! Finding light! I don't have dark secrets. I have light ones.
An enemy has been slain.
For justice and all things right! Lighting the way! If you can smile, you can be the light. Home is where the spark is. light follows. We all shine on. Like a diamond.
Enemy has been slain.
We can do this! Into battle with hearts aglow! The superior tactic is to never give up.
Ally has been slain.
Gotcha! Pushing my limits. Stay positive. Save it!
An ally has been slain.
Receive your fate. Banish the shadows. I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Lighting the way. If you can smile, you can be the light. Making it where the spark is. Banish the shadows. Keep believing. Shine bright. Gotcha.
Enemy killing spree.
The world has seen enough darkness. Proven free!
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. An enemy has been slain.
Losing is just an opportunity to shine even brighter.
An ally has been slain.
Everywhere I go, the light follows. We can do this! Into battle with hearts aglow! The superior tactic is to never give up. Banish the shadows!
Turret plating will soon fall.
Stay positive. I want to see everything.
Enemy rampage.
Finding light by the light! I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Lighting the way. We're in this together. Shine bright. If you can smile, you can be the light.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be your retribution. I will not be impeded. Home is
An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
keep believing. Banish the shadow. The world has seen enough darkness.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Shine bright! Ooh, I've never been here before. Banish the shadow.
enemy is dominating.
Everywhere I go, the light follows. The thing about light is, it never really dies.
An enemy is legendary.
We can do this!
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Into battle with hearts aglow! David, Demacia! Banish the shadows! Shine bright! The superior tactic is to never give up. Banish the shadows! Pushing my limits.
Enemy rampage.
No more holding back!
Enemy double kill. Shut down.
We all shine on.
An enemy is legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Stay positive.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I want to see everything.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is legendary.
I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Lighting the way. dark is. Keep believing. There's the shadows. The world has seen enough darkness. Shine bright! Banish the shadows! Ooh, I've never been here before. Shine bright! Shine with me!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Banish the shadows!
An enemy has been slain.
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
An enemy is legendary.
Shine bright!
An enemy is legendary.
Into battle with hearts aglow!
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The superior tactic is to never give up.
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Banish the shadows! Finding light! Shine bright!
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed.
Losing is just an opportunity to shine
Your
even
turret
brighter.
has been destroyed.
Banish the shadows!
Shut down.
Stay positive.
Silence. Ally has been slain.
You will not be missed.
light is, it never really dies.
An ally has been slain.
Prove it free. I have bright ones.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Defeat.
So again, the odds that you're going to have a recovery machine that was made prior to 1993 at this point, pretty much moot. So all of the recovery equipment that you work on or work with nowadays is going to be EPA certified. November 14th, 1994 is the date at which all technicians, when you worked with these regulated refrigerants, back then it was specifically CFCs and HCFCs, refrigerants with that chlorine molecule, you had to be certified by the EPA. Since December 31st, 1995, CFCs can no longer be legally manufactured or imported into the United States. Supplies of CFC refrigerant for equipment servicing can only come from recovery, recycling, or reclamation, which, similar to that December 31st, 1995 ruling about CFCs, now in 2020 we had the same phase out of HCFC. So R22 had the same thing. Currently, R22 is legal to charge. It is legal to recover. You can operate an R22 piece of equipment, but manufacturers cannot make new R22 and they cannot import it from foreign countries. So we're not allowed to have a new supply of R22. We have to only use either stockpiled, it's already here, or R22 that has been recovered by a technician and then reclaimed in a certified reclamation facility. So again, your two dates there being December 31st, 1995, that's when that happened for CFCs, R12 being the most common, January 1st, 2020 being the date that that happened with HCFCs, specifically R22 being the most common. Since November 15th, 1995, it has been illegal to vent any refrigerant, and that includes substitutes, so that includes CFCs, HCFCs, or HFCs, or even HFOs nowadays. The only refrigerants we can legally vent are refrigerants that are specifically given that exemption by the EPA, which the most common would be CO2 and R290 known as propane. A couple other things to mention that are just sort of important things to know. They would be on the core test, but also just generally valuable to a technician. One is that refrigerant recovery cylinders, or really refrigerant cylinders in general, are regulated by the DOT, the Department of Transportation, not by the EPA. So because these cylinders are going to be transported across the road, it's the Department of Transportation that regulates those tanks. And those tanks used specifically for recovery have a yellow body and a gray top. So that's the standard for recovery tanks. And again, like we mentioned before, you only fill those to 80% liquid maximum. Refrigerants that are heavier than air, they can fill the room from the bottom up, and they can cause health problems as you breathe them in, and it displaces oxygen, including death. So you need to be very careful with handling refrigerants. And while we're on the topic, good PPE to use, or necessary PPE, one would definitely be to use safety glasses whenever you're working around refrigerant, because you wouldn't want to get anything in your eyes. And in general, using gloves when working around refrigerant, especially when you're connecting and disconnecting. Never leave your hands in refrigerant, and if there is any sort of accidental venting, you need to make sure to get to properly ventilated area quickly. So again, we do Do not purposely vent refrigerant. There are some cases where accidentally that can happen, or you can have a significant leak and you need to make sure that you're not in a room that has high concentrations of refrigerant, because it can lead to that asphyxia due to the room filling from the floor up with a heavier than air refrigerant, as refrigerants are. Some other terms that you'll see a lot is PSI, which stands for pounds per square inch. That's a pressure gauge, but we will typically use PSIG. That's pounds per square inch gauge, meaning that the gauge has already been recalibrated to atmospheric pressure. So it's been zeroed out at 14.7 PSIA, because 14.7 PSIA, pounds per square inch absolute, that is the pressure that the atmosphere places on us at sea level. So most of your gauges are going to be zeroed out at that with that 14.7 already calculated in. So in order to convert PSIG to PSIA at sea level, all you do is you take your PSIG reading and you add 14.7. So let's look specifically at this list of refrigerants. We've got R12, which was one of the first to go away because it's a CFC, and you'll notice that that has an ozone depletion potential of 0.82. R11 was one of the worst offenders as far as ozone depletion potential. So R11 had an ODP of 1. R12 wasn't quite as bad, but then you can see that R12 also had a global warming potential of 10,600. So it was really bad from both standpoints, both of those numbers, ozone depletion potential and global warming. R22 was quite a bit better on both fronts. It was much lower ozone depletion potential and lower GWP. Now, when these rules came out, they were mostly looking at ozone protection. They weren't necessarily looking at GWP. Back to the Montreal Protocol, R404A and R410A, they have 0 ODP, and so they were 134A also being an example of this. They're HFCs, so they have a 0 ozone depletion potential, but some of them still have pretty high GWPs. In fact, you can see that R410A has a higher GWP than R22 even did, but we switched to it because it had a 0 ozone depletion potential. Now you look at things like R290, ammonia, CO2, and then the HFO 1234YF, which is used in cars. They have much lower, they have 0 ODPs, but also have much lower GWPs, global warming potential. CO2 is the kind of the refrigerant that's used that has the baseline number on GWP. It has a GWP of 1. One term that you're going to see on the EPA quite a bit, and there's some confusion about this, is it will talk in terms of evacuating refrigerant. The EPA exam sometimes will say evacuating refrigerant. When we say evacuation in the trade, we are talking about pulling a vacuum. And when we talk about removing refrigerant, we call it recovery. But just keep in mind, sometimes in some of the literature, the EPA will say evacuating refrigerant, and that's the same as recovery. It's taking refrigerant and putting it into a tank. Two different types of recovery. You have system-dependent recovery devices, which actually rely on a working compressor, the actual system components to function, and self-contained recovery devices, which have their own compressor. So those are what we would call an active or self-contained system. Nowadays, we almost all use self-contained systems, but you need to know about system-dependent. You can only use system-dependent recovery when the system contains less than 15 pounds of refrigerant, and you have to have a functional compressor in order for that to work. Again, you can always use a functioning system to get most of the refrigerant out. If you have a compressor that's working, you can just pump refrigerant out of the liquid line into your tank, making sure that you don't overfill, using a scale, those sorts of things. But when you're done, you still have to use your self-contained or active recovery unit in order to pull the rest of that refrigerant out, especially in the vapor phase. When pulling vacuums on the system or evacuating the system, it's good to know the kind of the basic standard that we need to pull to. I have whole videos on evacuation, which you can look up to understand how to do it. But when we evacuate, that means that we're pulling air and moisture out of the system once we've actually recovered all the refrigerant. And that's important to do anytime you have a sealed system and you're going to recharge it. The standard there is to pull it down below 500 microns to 500 microns or below. That is a measure of deep vacuum. I don't know for a fact that that's on the exam, but it's just really important common knowledge, and it is on a lot of exams. So just know that in general, it's generally accepted practice that pulling a system to or below 500 microns and allowing it to stand and make sure that it doesn't rise in an unacceptable fashion, that is a proper practice for evacuation or pulling a vacuum on a system. Some people will use the term dehydration along with evacuation, and that's just specifically a term used for the drying of the system that's part of pulling a vacuum. Because when you pull a vacuum, you pull it below the boiling point of the water, and you're actually boiling water out of the system. So one of the functions of pulling a vacuum is dehydration, removing the moisture from the system. One thing that comes up with the EPA is some people will use an exception that you are allowed to use nitrogen along with a trace amount of refrigerant in order to do electronic leak detection, but the EPA does not allow you to take nitrogen and put it on top of an existing refrigerant charge as an excuse for intentionally venting. You are able to put in a small amount of refrigerant and then pressurize it up in order to do an electronic leak detection, because your electronic leak detector only reacts to refrigerant and not nitrogen. That is an allowable usage, but it's only for the purpose of leak detection, not for the purpose of venting. Again, we're not allowed to vent any of these controlled refrigerants based on the EPA regulations. Now, again, that's it. That's it for this part 2. Just some common things that come up in the exam, some important things to know. Do more studying based on what your instructor's given you or your guides that you got from whatever organization you're going to for your guide. But again, I recommend ESCO or Mainstream. They both have nice guides that you can follow. Keep in mind, make sure you're using the latest information because a lot of these regulations are changing very quickly. It's very possible that when you see this video, it may be a little bit older, and we want to make sure that you're keeping up with the latest information. That's why I'm trying to cover pretty general things that just help as a review to prepare you for the exam, or just as a refresher if it's been a while. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you on the next one, which will be our review of the Type 1 certification, so low pressure system. Catch you on the next one.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only...
Hey, thanks for watching this video. This is Type 2 of your EPA 608 exam prep. If you haven't watched the core videos, part 1 and 2, definitely suggest doing that. Other than core though, Type 2 is probably the most commonly important, I guess, certification from EPA for the handling, recovery, charging, and purchasing of restricted refrigerants. And the categories have changed a little bit over time about what is restricted and what isn't. Some of this stuff is in flux a little bit because of some recent rulings by the courts, but most of it stays in place. Basically, any refrigerants that you're using that are either a CFC, HCFC, or HFC, including also now modern HFOs, are considered to be regulated, and that means that you have to have a license to purchase them and to charge them and to recover them, and you need to make sure not to vent them. Now, again, do not watch this video as complete prep for your EPA exam because everything's changing all the time, and you want to get your preparatory materials from the same company that you take your test from. The two that I suggest looking at are Mainstream Engineering. Go to EPAtest.com, EPAtest.com to find out more from them. And then also the ESCO group, which is escogroup.org. They have all kinds of great courses. They have an online course that I would definitely suggest that you look into taking if you're going to be taking the exam through them. And then you can also find some things from RSES.org. That's Refrigeration Service Engineers Society, as well as by going to the EPA themselves at EPA.gov. And the nice thing with EPA.gov is you can get the most recent FAQs, interpretations, and changes and rulings because, again, let's face it, the EPA is a federal agency and there's a lot of things that change in the regulatory environment. And again, if you're watching this, who's to say? I may have made this a year ago, 2 years ago. There may be some things in here that don't quite line up. And so especially as it relates to the modern regulations, some of those specifics, things like leak rate requirements, or even things like recovery levels, how deep you have to recover, those are things you're going to want to make sure that you're up to speed on. And the best way to do that is to go through a testing and prep organization like ESCO or like Mainstream Engineering or whoever you find that you trust. All right, so again, Type 2 is what we're talking about. Type 2 covers everything that is not a small appliance that was charged in a factory and has 5 pounds or less. That would be Type 1, or isn't a very low pressure refrigerant, sort of like R123 in chillers. So it falls into that middle ground, which is going to be the vast majority of what we work on. Now, another category of certification is the motor vehicle, the MVAC, Motor Vehicle Air Conditioning Certification, which is called Section 609. As of January 29th, 1998, if you have Type 2, you do not need a 609 in order to work with the refrigerants contained in motor vehicles. So if you got Type 2, you can also work on cars. All right, first and biggest thing is you're not allowed to vent refrigerants. You're not allowed to come up with sneaky ways of venting refrigerants. You're not allowed to punch a hole in a system, call it a leak, and vent refrigerants. You're not allowed to add nitrogen to a system that has a bunch of refrigerant in it and say that, well, you were just doing a leak test. None of those things are allowable. You're not allowed to intentionally vent refrigerants. The Clean Air Act established this on July 1st, 1992. So again, that's the Clean Air Act, July 1st, 1992. Whereas there were refrigerants before that you could vent, like HFCs. After that, July 1st, 1992, you were not allowed to vent any of those refrigerants. The only refrigerants that nowadays you can vent are what we would call natural refrigerants. So refrigerants like propane, isobutane, ammonia, those types of refrigerants can be vented so long as that is done safely, but that's not regulated by the EPA in this section, Section 608. The term de minimis is a term you'll hear a lot. Some technicians use it as an excuse to vent. De minimis is not an excuse for venting. It just means a good faith effort when servicing. A little bit of loss will occur. So if you are connecting and disconnecting your probes or your gauges, those sorts of things, or something, a mistake happens where something comes apart while you're working on it, as long as you did that in good faith, you weren't intending to vent, that is considered to be de minimis. You were doing everything the way you were supposed to, and you have a little loss or maybe an accident that occurs that is truly an accident indeed. Those things fall under de minimis. Now, equipment leaks are exempt from 608 as far as the technician is concerned, which means that if you have a piece of equipment that's got a leak in it and you add refrigerant to that, that's not considered to be venting by 608. That is exempt, other than cases where the leak rate is known to exceed the allowable leak rate. And that trigger begins when systems start to contain more than 50 pounds of refrigerant. So if a system contains more than 50 pounds of refrigerant and the leak rate is shown to exceed the allowable leak rate, then certain proactive measures are needed to be taken in order to prevent those leaks. That is not true of systems that contain less than 50 pounds. Now, those of you who
Demacia must lead by example.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Superior tactic is to never give up.
"30 seconds until minions spawn."
If you can smile, you can be the light.
Minions have spawned.
Stay positive. way! And it's where the spark is.
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
Time to find a new friend. Ooh, I've never been here before. Yeah. Shine bright, enemies. I want to see everything. Gotcha. Everywhere I go, the light follows. We can do this! I'll protect you! Banish the shadow! I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones! Pushing my limits. Keep believing.
Ally has been slain.
Into battle with hearts aglow! The world has seen enough darkness. Shine bright!
You want to see how to disarm a bomb?
The superior tactic is to never give up. If you can be wild, you can see the light.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay positive.
Okay.
Lighting the way. with me. Ooh, I've never been here before. Shine bright! I want to see everything.
An ally has been slain.
Everywhere I go, the light follows. We can do this! Banish the
Shut
shadows!
down.
Stay in the spirit realm! Shine bright!
An ally has been slain.
I don't have dark secrets. I have bright ones. Pushing my limits. Keep believing. Banish the shadows. Shine bright!
Has been slain.
I'll protect you. Banish the shadows.
Has been slain.
The world has seen enough darkness. The superior tactic is to never give up. Losing is just an opportunity to shine even brighter. If you can smile, you can feel the light.
Enemy rampage.
Lighting the way. Home is where the spark is.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Shine with me. Shine bright.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Ooh, I've never been here before.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down. An enemy is unstoppable.
Now you're making me proud. Everywhere I go, the light
An
follows.
ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Banish the shadows. We can do this. The thing about light is, it never really dies.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Pushing my limits. Shine bright! Take courage in the light. Banish the shadows. Keep believing. Into battle like hearts aglow.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
The world has seen enough darkness.
Your turret has been destroyed.
give up.
Shut down.
Stay positive.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill.
Shine with me. Ooh, I've never been here before. Twirl my wand. I want to see everything.
Shut down.
Together. Finish the fight. Everywhere I go, the light follows.
Enemy double kill.
We can do this.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. You have slain an enemy. Defeat.
who maybe aren't from the US, you may say, well, it's different where we are. This is only relating to the current EPA regulations. These things can change. This is just as of my recording of this on 8/16/2020. That's what currently exists, meaning that if you have a system that's got leaks in it, if it contains less than 50 pounds of refrigerant, you are allowed to recharge it. Now, that doesn't mean that's a best practice. That doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. It doesn't mean it's what's best for the customer. Just in terms of EPA regulations, you are allowed to recharge systems that contain less than 50 pounds of refrigerant, regardless of the leak rate. If it's more than 50 pounds, then it depends on the segment of the industry. And actually, let's get into that while we're discussing it. So in terms of leak rate requirements, again, as you can see, this applies to appliances with a full charge of 50 pounds or more. If it's industrial process refrigeration, then if the leak rate may not exceed 30% over a 12-month period. Commercial refrigeration, that leak rate must not exceed 20% over a 12-month period. Comfort cooling and all other appliances must not exceed 10% over a 12-month period if you have 50 pounds or more, which means that you're responsible to keep records, you're responsible to calculate the leak rate over that yearly period, and you're responsible to get the leak rate below that percentage. It doesn't mean that a piece of equipment has to be made leak-free. For example, we work in the grocery store space, which would fall under that 20% commercial refrigeration guideline. There are going to be cases where you have 2-3%, and that's just something you really can't prevent just because of very small leaks.
Yeah, that was an awful game. The whole team, there was like 2 jungles, but jungle kept on chasing instead of actually targeting drakes. I feel like the only actual player in that team was my bot. That was treacherous. Those kind of games just make me want to stop playing. Just like it's so hard to climb when you have people just being really disruptive. It just makes it really hard. That sucks. My first choice, I guess, is always gonna be Lux. I like her CCs and her. My second choice is Sarah. My first choice for ban is always Nautilus. Hate that guy. His CZs are too much. Too much TCs and too overtuned. Who was that? What is it, CB? Yeah, get him, CB. Let's see. Sorry, guys. Oh dang. Okay, I'm gonna have to dodge. My top 2 are Lex and Sarah. And for support, sometimes Vigor. Oh. 5-minute timeout. Ouch. I guess that's good. Gives me a little bit of time to forget about the last game, because that sucked. I was gonna look at, wait, that Crunchyroll. I guess popularity. Down 2, still top number 1. I've yet to watch an episode of this, but I'm surprised that this one is number 18. I like the story. It's always good to, like an anti-hero. It's a little bit more mature. Surprised this one's ahead of it. I thought this anime sucked. Let's see. 4 minutes. Yeah, it was wild that Top never ended up building like any anti-hero for him. And the whole time he was just telling the team to not pay attention to him. And he let him. So I don't know what happened there. It was frustrating. Just gonna go back to
through a very large system, but you have to keep it below that 20% per year. And that's where those logs, those charging logs, are really important to make sure that you're calculating that leak rate and you're taking proactive steps to ensure that you stay below that allowable rate. One of the things that changed recently, and this was started in 2016, I believe, but where they came up with a new regulation that applied this also to HFCs, HFOs, refrigerants that have a global warming potential, but not a ozone depletion potential. That's this ODP versus GWP. Now that is in flux, and so I want to show you this recent ruling from the EPA. As of February 26, 2020, so very recently, there was a new ruling that said that the leak repair provisions, the new leak repair provisions that were extended to HFC refrigerants, has now been rescinded, and that only applies to HCFC and CFC refrigerants, specifically refrigerants that have that chlorine in it that causes ozone depletion. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back to Core, where we talk about the different types of refrigerants. It's important to remember that tests aren't necessarily written this quickly, so you may be taking a test that still has this older standard, and so you need to make sure that you're being trained by an organization that is also the one giving you the exam to make sure that they're training you specifically on the exam you're taking. This is one of these things. You don't want to completely trust what I'm saying here, but you can pretty much be sure that if the question is asked about leak rate percentage, that you can stick with industrial process, over 50 pounds, 30%, commercial refrigeration 20, comfort cooling and all other appliances 10%. So again, greenhouse gases, those are things like your HFC and HFO refrigerants. They're still considered greenhouse gases because, according to the EPA, they have a GWP. Those are where some of those rules are in flux. All the rules are still in place as they have been for a very long time for anything that has an ODP, an ozone depletion potential. Those would be CFCs and HCFCs. They contain that chlorine molecule in there. Recovery equipment. So when we say recovery equipment, again, we've talked a lot about this previously, about passive versus active recovery equipment, system dependent versus independent recovery equipment. But just remember that that recovery equipment is required to have low loss fittings on the recovery equipment. That's what the EPA standard says. There is no standard, at least that I can find. Somebody can tell me otherwise if they can find it on the EPA website or elsewhere, that says that you have to use low loss fittings or ball valves on your refrigerant hoses. It's a good best practice, but I don't know that it says that anywhere. I haven't been able to find that, but it does certainly address it on the recovery equipment itself. Now remember, the EPA, when they're talking about recovery, they will sometimes say evacuating. They'll say evacuating in terms of evacuating refrigerant. It's confusing. Even Jackie Chan doesn't understand what's going on with that. Why do they say evacuating refrigerant? I'm not sure. But when they say evacuating refrigerant, they're specifically talking about what we call recovery in the field, removing refrigerant and storing it in an external tank. When we say evacuation, we're talking about pulling a vacuum, which is removing air and moisture out of the system, both removing air and dehydrating the system. And when you pull a vacuum, you want to pull below 500 microns and make sure that it holds. That's a vacuum. When we talk about recovering refrigerant, we're talking about pulling down to a specific level depending on the type of system that it is. So let's go to that chart quickly. So again, you can see right at the top of this chart, it says required level of evacuation for appliances. But if you pay attention to context, they're talking about evacuation of refrigerant, not evacuation as far as pulling a vacuum. Because pulling a vacuum pretty much across the board, need to pull below 500 microns and make sure that it holds below 500 microns. There may be some exceptions to that where you need to actually go a little bit lower. That's the standard when we're talking about pulling a vacuum with a vacuum pump. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But in terms of evacuating refrigerant or moving refrigerant, you'll see here that there's two columns. One is for pre-1993 equipment, and then one is post-1993 equipment. I'm sorry, the only way to know the answer to the question is to memorize this chart. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time focusing on it other than just pay attention to the less than or more than 200 pounds, because that makes a big difference, this 200 pounds threshold. One thing that a lot of people get confused about, and you'll notice this, is that with most of the refrigerants that we work on, high pressure or very high pressure refrigerants that contain less than 200 pounds, which is the majority of your commercial and residential pieces of equipment, you do not have to pull below atmospheric pressure. There's also a caveat that the EPA has that you don't have to pull a system below atmospheric pressure if it is known to have a leak or if it is a small repair. So when you talk about a major repair would be compressor, evaporator, heat exchanger, condenser coil, things like that. Small repair would be things like a small leak repair or a expansion valve, something like that. And so in those cases, you don't have to pull below atmospheric either. Now, there is no provision in the EPA for not pulling the system at least down to atmospheric levels. And so a lot of practices out there in the field where people will pull it down to 1 or 2 PSI. Again, I know it's common. I'm just telling you the EPA does not allow for it in their information. So if you pay attention, it talks in terms of inches of mercury column vacuum, and that's the kind of the standard. But when you get down to the bottom of this chart, now it talks in terms of millimeters of mercury. So you have inches of mercury column, 10 inches of mercury column, 4 inches of mercury column, pretty much throughout. You have 15 down at the bottom right there in the case of a medium pressure appliance with 200 pounds or more. But when you get into low pressure appliances, they require you to pull to 25 millimeters of mercury absolute. And so they go to a completely different scale there. And so make sure that you pay attention to that when you're talking about those low pressure refrigerants. That would be those chiller type applications, generally speaking. Remember that when you are recovering into a tank, that you need to make sure that you do not fill that tank with more than 80% of the total tank. And so when you're looking at your typical recovery tank that's designed specifically for recovery, some of them will have a float assembly inside the tank to ensure that you don't fill above 80%, but we find that that's actually not very common for most technicians out in the field. So you need to be using a scale to ensure that you don't fill above 80%, and you need to do the full calculation, which takes into account the specific gravity of the refrigerant that you're using. Because again, when you look at that WC rating, that water capacity, that is specifically for water, so you have to adjust for the specific density of the refrigerant that you're using. And in some cases, that means you can't go to the full water capacity of weight or even the full 80%. You have to do less than that. And there are many great charts out there that can help you calculate that. But the main thing is do not put more than 80% liquid in a refrigerant recovery tank under any circumstances. And in most cases, that means you're going to need to use a scale. And again, we suggest using a scale whenever you're charging or recovering in all cases. This also comes to account with the new record keeping requirements. Now, again, some of the record keeping requirements may be in flux as well. But as of right now, if you take a system out of service, so if you remove it from service, you need to recover that refrigerant and you need to keep track of the model of the equipment that you removed it from, what address it is, and how much refrigerant you removed before that piece of equipment is disposed. The EPA may ask for those records, so you need to be taking account those records, besides the fact that it's just a good practice anyway. Whenever you are recovering or charging a piece of equipment or putting anything into a tank, you want to be careful of a couple things. Do not mix refrigerants. Under no circumstance is refrigerant mixing a best practice or even allowable, especially in a system. You can't take R22 and put R407C on top of it. That's a common one. People say it's a drop-in refrigerant. Drop-in means, and again, it's still a misnomer, but drop-in means that you can pull all the refrigerant out and put a new refrigerant in, not that you can blend in the field or top off one refrigerant with another. You're not allowed to mix refrigerants in the field, and in the same way, you also want to keep non-condensables out of the system. Non-condensables primarily are air and nitrogen. Sometimes people say non-condensables, and they refer to things like solid contaminants or water. Those are not non-condensables in the truest sense. Those are specifically what they are, either water or solid contaminants.
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, Mr. William Oliver? Oh man, dude, I've been having some pretty tough games. Hmm. When is the new season gonna start? This has just been awful trying to climb the leaderboards, I guess at a late start. Hmm, doesn't really say. When is the new season of League of Legends? New season. Oh, Jungle. Okay, Warwick mid. Not a bad matchup right now. Just I'm kind of curious what bottom wants to play. And I'm surprised people are banning Yunara, the new champion. She's kind of easy to go against. Um, I think her moves are kind of linear. They're not too dynamic. Okay. Lux is banned. So I'm gonna go with my second Sarah. I kind of want to learn how to play Leona. A lot of ADCs request for like a tank support. But I've always played more as a AP poke, kind of like poke and keep on peeling. And with Sarah, I kind of do change it up, and same thing, poking, but more towards attacker boosting. New season of League of Legends rank 2025, right? Start in April, divided into two acts. So when's the new one though? And so here we go. Season third. Where are we? Season two? Season two is gonna end August. That's in what, 2 months? No, that's in a month. What did I think I was in June? What do we get? Oh, Tristana. Okay, that's fair. August 22. I could see why it's been pretty hard to climb up. I'm in the last month of rank. There's either not a lot of people playing for it right now, or just people just waiting for the next season. Yeah, let's see. I do have to. Oh. Change this up a bit.
Hello, world. I'm Seraphine, and you are
Welcome
beautiful.
to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everyone. Send him running home with the battle gunners flare. Do you make carpets? Because you are cutting that rug.
Minions have spawned.
Can't wait to write a song about this moment. This one's for you. Don't mistake me for my lyrics. You can't keep your song inside. Come for the show, stay for the message. Kiss. Making it up as we go. Ba-ba-da-dee-ba. Not sure where I'm going? Can't wait to find out. Folks only love a reflection when it is theirs.
First blood.
Joy's too quiet without sorrow on the downbeat. Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos. You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you. Hear the world in my voice. Looking for a song in everything I meet. Sit down and listen up. Music helps you keep your head up. Gotta keep moving with the music. Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen. Couldn't lose a rhythm if I tried. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little raw. Stage is yours. Sometimes music hurts. Even in my dreams, I hear them sing. It's harder to stumble on this stage, but it sure does hurt more. Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself. Running out of steam.
An enemy has been slain.
Next time, I want to see all of you on stage. Nothing better than a good song. Oral kick now. That's the end of this performance. Encore's coming up.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
The world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting. Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Sit down and listen up. Kick it. That one. Stage fright? Never heard of it. What does that sound like outside? Sing it with me.
Enemy killing spree.
Feeling brave. People don't always listen, but no reason to be quiet. Your turn to die.
An ally has been slain.
Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everyone. You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you. Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You can't keep your song inside.
Enemy has been slain.
That chilling air eats me. Come for the show, stay for the message. Next time, I want to see all of you
Turret
on
plating
stage.
will soon fall.
Even if I heard every song, it
Killing
would never
spree.
be enough.
An enemy has been slain.
Making it up as it goes. Ba, ba, da, beep, ba.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Love the captive audience. Sure where I'm going? Can't wait to find out.
Ally has been slain.
want to hear more? Of course they do. When it
Rampage.
isn't theirs.
An ally has been slain.
Sorrow on the downside. Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos. Hear the world in my voice. Looking for a song in everything I need.
Has slain an enemy. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. An enemy is unstoppable. An ally has been slain.
Spotlight yours. Fan.
Your turret has been destroyed.
All right, Sarah. No big deal. Pretend it's a rehearsal. Gotta keep moving with the music. Couldn't lose the rhythm if I tried. Oh. For
Your
the
team
longest
has
time,
destroyed a
I put
turret.
myself over the crowd. So, I made them part of me. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little raw. My reflection. Wet, like the tears in my entrails.
been destroyed.
Nothing better than a good song. Maybe the world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting.
An ally has been slain.
Audience. Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Safe? Never heard of it. Feel that reaper. Of your vulnerability. Doesn't that sound like outside?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Catch that rhythm. Listen to yourself. Sit down and listen up.
Ally has been slain.
This one's for you. Everyone's got their own music. Everyone. Don't mistake me for my lyrics. You can't keep your song inside. Love to capture bodies. Come for the show, stay for the message. Making it up as it goes. Oh,
Ally has been slain. destroyed.
Joy's too quiet without sorrow on the downbeat.
Shut down.
Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos. Oh, snap! Hear the world in my voice. Dazzle 'em. Fam.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Could have been worse. Could have, forgotten the words.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your ally has been slain.
Your head up. Gotta keep moving with the music. Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
Couldn't lose the rhythm? I tried. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't Love a captive Even in my dreams,
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
harder to stumble on this stage, but it sure does hurt more. Your song's gonna get stuck in my head.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Easier to hear someone else than to yourself. Nothing good is just wrong. Let us throw rocks at them and laugh. This beat's got a kick. Not ready. I don't mind waiting.
An enemy is legendary. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Tough crowd. Maybe it's time to change my tune. And down. Feeling brave.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Hopefully I'm lost in all this music. Your turn to shine.
Turret has been destroyed. Double kill.
Ready to sing again. Listen up. Follow my voice. Don't be violation of this type. Stage fright? Never heard of it.
has respawned.
People don't always listen, but that's no reason to keep quiet. Everyone's out there on mute. Mine's everywhere. Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
You can't keep your song inside.
Rampage.
I have this feeling like I'm
An
yearning for
enemy
something
has
I
been
want.
slain.
One day, I'll catch it in a song.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Come for the show, stay for the message.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Your turn to shine.
Your inhibitor is respawned. Shut down. Dazed. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your inhibitor is respawned. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. A summoner has been defeated.
Oh man, I forgot I left my mic muted. But yeah, I would have loved some advice right there. I don't know what I could have done for the team there. I went for boost, um, but ADC just wasn't pretty accurate. Like I don't know, she just wasn't. She wasn't there all the time, and I tried. Um, Jesus, bronze 3. See, I shouldn't be doing more damage than ADC whatsoever. 13k, Warwick, 13k. And for some reason he kept on trying to kill System Miss? What? What is that about? Oh, system muted. But yeah, it sucked. They're somewhat new. Jungle was saying that it was his first time jungling, so that kind of sucked. Let's go ahead and try to find a match. But that was a little bit painful. Can't believe it. Also wanna change my properties to my headphones. Okay. Just gotta turn this off as well. And switch over to headphones. Okay. That was painful, and it kept on dragging on, and like instead of like we could have had another chance at it as well if Warwick and Trish they just didn't dive into it all dumb like she went ahead and got in range for them, and if she would have waited a little bit, killed the minions to make sure we didn't lose so much health on our main inhibitor, it would have been so much better. But no, no. Hi, Teddy. Hi, baby Teddy. No, Fleabag. Let's go get. Oh, I banned the wrong guy. Dang it.
Let's change the world.
Games. Probably. Let's say Kai, Akali mid, Trundle jungle, and Cho'Gath. I think that's how you say it. I'm not too sure. Roberto, Sometimes the names give it away if you're a troll or not. Report seals? Okay.
Everything sings to me. I've got to sing it all back.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Yeah, jungle turtle. Nice. Pretty cool CCs on that guy.
Minions have spawned.
Wow, that's a pretty good word. I mean, yeah. Rune. Inspiration.
Making it up as I go. Ba-ba-da-bee-ba. Follow my voice. Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself. Look, your song sounds like a rainbow. Gotta keep moving with the music.
Thought so.
Can't wait to write a song about this moment.
Hey, no! Omaru-chan, demolishing my chair. Such a villain. I need her to wake up.
Everyone fights to be heard. All fights can protect.
First blood.
Sit down and listen up.
An enemy has been slain.
Listen to yourself.
She's also pretty much out of mana.
Music helps you keep your head up.
She wants to do something. There we go. That's
An
it.
enemy has been slain.
Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little rough.
I did that all late. That was horrible.
Stage fright? Never heard of it. It's harder to stumble on this stage, but it sure does hurt. rhythm in the chaos. Not sure where I'm going? Can't wait to find out. Come for the show, stay for the message.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Shoot.
You can't keep your song inside.
An enemy has been slain.
Joyce be quiet without sorrow on the down. Maybe the world's not
An enemy has been slain.
people don't always realize there's no reason.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice, Kai. Did not expect her to jump in like that.
Looking for a song in
An ally
everything
has been
you
slain.
Shine bright!
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Hear the world in my voice. Dance the shadows. Everyone's got their own music. Every side of Age of Retribution! Spotlight force! Nothing better than a good song. Hope I don't get lost in all this music. Love it, everybody. Don't mistake me for my leader.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah.
Next time, I want to see all of you on stage. Even in my dreams, I hear them sing. Making it up as I go. Ba ba da beep ba.
Has been slain.
Ah, I couldn't get away from there. Ah, she got the double, but at least my teammate got. I don't think I stole a kill there, but dang.
Could have been worse. Could have, forgotten the word.
Shut down.
Follow my voice. Listen up. Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
An ally has been slain.
The fruits of patience.
Gotta keep moving with the music.
An enemy has been slain.
My voice is yours. Couldn't lose a rhythm if I tried. Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain.
Fuck.
Haven't been told, but wasn't at least a little wrong.
Damn. I'm not gonna make it to the tower. Oh shit. I wasn't even looking at the screen. Fuck. Fuck. That's what I get for paying attention though.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, and we lost our turret. We didn't even contest the dragon. What is Trundle doing?
Think they want to hear
7.
more? Of course they do.
I think we could still definitely win as long as mid and ADC kind of carries us, but we'll see.
Sing along.
Enemy killing spree.
Stage fright? Never heard of it.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's harder to
I don't know where I
stumble
should
on
go
this
now.
stage, but it sure does
Feel a little
happen.
lost here. Even though Akali is dominating, Did we lose tower? No, we didn't. Just bought, I guess.
Listen up.
An ally has been slain.
Hey,
An enemy has been slain.
You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
wait, what? I didn't even see that we were trying to surrender. What is happening?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I guess let's go with penetration.
Sure where I'm going? Can't wait to find out.
Why? Are we doing that bad? Timu Diana is the only one dominating.
Come for the show, stay for the message. One day, the music will stop. Better dance on the stage.
God damn.
Slain.
God
Shut
damn.
down. An enemy has been slain.
Let me try to save him.
Folks only love a reflection when it isn't theirs.
She's hunting us down.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Shut down.
Yes. Finally.
Keep your song inside. Joy's too quiet without sorrow on the down. Maybe the world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting. Feel that reaver.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
This one's for
An
you.
ally has been slain.
How about a call and response? And down.
Oh, gonna kill me.
Looking for a song in everything I need.
Just need to farm a little bit more and maybe that boost is gonna give us what we need, but it's a long shot.
in my voice.
There's nothing about that.
Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's
Let's
everything.
go, Kali.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Next time, I wanna see
Holy
all
shit,
of
the
you on
fact
stage.
that
Nothing better than a good song.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Hope I don't get lost in all this music. Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
Killing spree.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing.
Death stains your lands, Ionian.
Rampage.
dude's just picking out Lux. Nice.
Follow my voice.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
You're
Fuck.
gonna die.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Gotta keep moving with the music. If there's a rhythm, it's my track.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Haven't heard heard a soul that wasn't at least a little wrong.
This jungle sucks. He hasn't even gotten sweeper.
Stage fright? Never heard of it.
An enemy has been slain.
Hey, there we go.
It's harder to stumble on this stage, but it sure does hurt more.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wonder what I sound like outside my head. Gotta find the rhythm in the chaos. Not sure where I'm going. Can't wait to find out.
Oh,
An enemy has been
you just
slain.
can't compete with nice.
Enemy double kill. Unstoppable. Killing spree.
Don't do it. Nice. I was gonna say pivot. Help. Pivot was a little late. Come on. Don't. Ah. If only he would have pivoted a little bit earlier, would have been a different story. But nope.
Tough crowd. Maybe it's time to change my tune. Come for the show,
Shut
stay
down.
for the match.
No.
Folks only love a reflection when it isn't theirs. You can't keep your song inside.
What's up? You little stray mom, you're finally done giving milk.
Joy's too quiet
So-
with no sorrow on the down low.
I'm sure spaying you would be appropriate now.
That's the end of this performance.
We're
Encore
kind
is
of tight
coming
on dragons, but
Maybe the world's not ready for me.
Oh, nice. That little pull gave
Enemy rampage.
why is he doing that?
People don't always listen, but know when to
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
everything I need.
God damn it, Trundle. Back up. Wasted my heal on that guy. Nice, looks like they backed up here.
Hear the world in my voice. Everyone's got their own music. Mine is everything. You've all been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Mm,
Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
crazy that it's all mountain dragons. Like, what? Boost my damage a little bit.
An enemy has been slain.
Don't mistake me for my lyrics.
$51 spirit petals, 36 point something, adaptive force. Bam.
Shooting start. Stage is yours. Follow me. Making it up as I go. Ba-ba-da-bee-ba.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
Has been destroyed. Shut down. Aced.
What does she? What would be the best piece of armor I could have? I guess Diana does magic, so MP, AP. If I could get a Kali and these two guys to kind of charge in. Well, I need these two guys to kind of charge in, and a Kali kind of for sure target either Diana, Lux, or Teemo, and I think we should be okay as Kai kind of sweeps up around. but we'll see.
Moods are like mountains. They go up, they go down, and sometimes they surprise.
We don't need Baron. We could set up Dragon though. No, what is it doing?
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
Yeah. Oh wait, I guess not yet.
You on stage.
I need a little bit more gold to get
Fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
better armor.
Music helps you keep your head up. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a
Yeah.
little rough.
Collateral damage.
An ally has been slain.
Fuck.
An enemy has been slain.
Stage fright? Never heard of it.
Nice. Hopefully get the tower. Make that push, sir. Dan is dead.
It's harder to stumble on this stage, but it sure does hurt more.
The fruits of patience.
Outside my head.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
Gotta
Your
find
inhibitor has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Dominating.
Nice. No way. You got what's happening over here? I guess he's just a giant Colossus tank now.
Not ready for me. I don't mind waiting. Shooting star. People don't always listen, but that's no reason to keep quiet.
Can't believe this is already a 42-minute game. My God.
Looking for a song.
Enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Godlike. An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Everyone's got their own muse. Mine's everyone. Nothing better than a good song. Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
Trying to get a sweep here. Don't do it. Oh, I guess we're chasing. Oh.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been
That's the end of
destroyed.
this performance. Encore's coming up. Feel that reverb. Making it up as I go. Ba ba da beep ba.
I don't know if I could upgrade
ally has
anything,
been slain.
but I could definitely do with a another elixir.
Shut down.
What happened there?
Follow my voice. Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
Gotta keep you moving with the music. Couldn't lose a rhythm if I tried.
Oh.
Killing spree.
You can't let that be your fault. I'll fight to listen.
Recall it or just push it forward? I should have just recalled, right?
Thank you!
Your team has
Um,
destroyed an inhibitor.
I don't know what to buy or upgrade.
An ally has been slain.
Can I upgrade anything? It's recommended me to use horizontal focus or mobility. Interesting.
Some songs start with a rhyme, some with a rhythm. Mine starts with
Let's
the
see what's
crowd.
up with this guy.
Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little raw.
Has destroyed a turret.
Never heard of it.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I guess.
Legendary.
I'm kind of mad of a collar.
An
That's,
enemy has been slain.
he could have maybe saved me there, but
An enemy has been slain. Has destroyed a turret.
thankfully that's the end of the game. A 50-minute game. A Bronze League game. It took 50 minutes.
Killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Thank God that's over. That was a tough one. I guess the pot. What's the carry? An S plus, nice. Thankfully he didn't tilt full tilt and just started throwing the game, and we still managed to clutch it up. So that was nice. Gonna go ahead and how long has it been? It's been about four hours. I think I'm gonna go get some maybe pizza. Right, can't go wrong with pizza. A little tired of it, but best way to save money.